and they're going to give us the treat. And what is the treat is like, I mean, I don't know whether they'll take this as a treat or a punishment, but still, I'll give this request to all the three people. One is like Sri Lakshmi ma'am and Kamaraj Jamun. I'm not sure like I'm pronouncing it properly. Kamaraj Jamun. So how do you pronounce your name, sir? Kamaraj. So you want to unmute yourself? Okay, and we also have a Snehal ma'am. There are three people who is celebrating their birthday. So, sorry, sir.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir.
Okay, so it's pronounced like Kamar Jaman.
Kamar Jaman. Oh, okay. Kamar Jaman, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So now the request to all the three people is, so take 1 minute, maybe you can think for 1 minute or 30 seconds. And now you have to tell me what you have learned yesterday. Take away. For 1 minute, you have to say like, the thing is like in this Teachers' Day celebration, tell us like what we have learned yesterday. So this is the treat you're giving us. So I hope like I'm not putting on the spot, but whatever comes to your mind, you can share us like what you have learned yesterday. Just for 30 seconds to 1 minute, you can share with us. Is that fine? You can also say some thumbs up, or you can also say yes by unmuting yourself. Kamar Jamon, sir, Snehal ma'am, and I forgot another ma'am name. Yeah, Sri Lakshmi ma'am. Is it fine for you? Recap? So deploying VM, yeah, we will come to that, but I just want to hear from these three people. I think all these three people not ready for sharing yesterday's learning. But maybe apart from these three people, anybody wants to share like what did you learn yesterday? Maybe not like very detailed way, but just for 1 minute, like this was very interesting yesterday. This part I particularly learned yesterday. That kind of sharing you can give me for just 1 minute for 30 seconds. Any volunteers? I think in the chat box also they are mentioning, Magesh, they are mentioning what they have learned, or they are asking any doubts.
They are mentioning what they have learned. So yesterday they have learned to deploy a virtual machine on cloud.
Sure. So Shiva ma'am mentioned like I learned how. So can anybody unmute and speak for just for 30 seconds to 1 minute? Like what did you learn yesterday? What was new thing for you yesterday? What was your takeaway yesterday? But just for 30 seconds to 1 minute. I think somebody unmute their line.
Yeah, good morning, sir.
Yes, good morning, sir.
Yeah, this is Dr. B.S. Panda from Visakhapatnam.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, yesterday I had a nice interaction, sir. Deployed the this one and created the resources.
Okay.
FDP, we went to FDP and create the resources and deploy our work, sir. Very nice session yesterday.
Okay, so this was your learning yesterday.
Yes, yes. Right.
Okay, so mainly the deployment was the learning. Great, sir. Thank you so much. And anybody else who wants to share your learning, the overall learning?
Good morning, sir.
Yes, sir.
May I, sir?
Come on, sir.
Yes, sir. So last day we have gone through the virtual meeting, okay, on Amazon, Microsoft Azure. So that's why this platform is very new to me as a IT teacher. It should be known to all the teachers, but it's very new to me that how Microsoft Azure will help us to deploy the virtual machine, and through which we can share the resources to within the group. Okay, so that thing is very interesting for us, and I think all of us learn this very good. And thank you, sir.
Great. Thank you so much for sharing that point. So it was really nice to hear that. But any volunteers, final volunteers you want to share, like what did you learn yesterday, especially, yeah, like yesterday, but just for 30 seconds to 1 minute, not in a very detailed way. Any final volunteers? You can unmute and you can speak. Learned about the deployment. I think, yes, sir.
Yes. So yesterday I learned about how to host a static website from by using a virtual machine. So we downloaded an RTP file, and using that RTP file, I opened a virtual space on my computer, on my local computer, and created an HTML file. And using the IP address, we could see it on the internet how like creating something on the local computer, it was automatically getting updated in the internet. So that's what I learned.
Great, great. Thank you so much, Sonam sir. Yeah, so I think thank you to all of you for helping us to recap our yesterday's session, and I'm very happy to hear that also people are also getting a lot of stuff by last 2 days. And with this, I am handing over the session to Magesh and also to Narendra. And if Magesh and Narendra, if you want to add, there are 3 to 4 people share their experience, like last 2 days experience or the yesterday's experience. If you want to share for 1 or 2 minutes on that, you can share and then you can start the session. But over to you, Magesh and Narendra.
So thanks, Ashwatan. It was really a nice start for the session, actually. So now I would like, yeah, like to brief out the yesterday's session. Like we have learned very few things. Like we have learned how to create a virtual machine on cloud computing. Even those learnings you can implement with your students. You can tell students to create. They can use it for their projects, and you can also this same feature with a minimum cost. Because if you see, if you like to buy a machine with a higher GB or higher configuration of RAM, that will be costing us too much. Okay, so if you got any PhD project, if you got any ME projects, so you can have this kind of virtual machines, and you can run on that virtual machine, and you can try to explore morely with those kind of resources on cloud. Okay, so those are the use which you can perform with that virtual machine. So today I will be one more time describing you people to how to create a virtual machine with the Linux base. Okay, so yesterday the Linux base was remaining to explain you. So today I will be explaining the same thing, like to create a virtual machine with Linux base, and then after I will be explaining about the data warehouse. Okay, data warehouse, data mart, data lake, and after this, then we will be moving to our practical session, which is SQL database, how to configure SQL database in our cloud computing. Okay, so this is the roadmap. What today's session we will be covering up, and if we got some time, we will be also seeing the data factory process. Okay, so what is this ETL process, and how this ETL process goes with this data factory in cloud computing. Okay, so the job role with the data engineers, and yeah, the job role with the data engineers, they do those process which is called as ETL process. So can I know what is the meaning of ETL process? Can anyone tell me the full form of ETL or ELT? Any?
Extract, transform, and load.
Yes, sir. Extract, transform, and load. So for what purpose it has been used mostly?
So there are lots of repositories from where, or the sources from where data is collected, and there is a data warehouse where they are being brought, and there are some rules to organize the raw data and store it, and specifically use some machine learning or otherwise some data analytics methods. So I'm not very sure
Yes.
about what each of these do, but yeah.
Okay, I will brief out the picture of what is going in this industry nowadays, and how this ETL process, how this cloud computing is so much important nowadays for those companies. Previously, it were not there. So I will briefing out all the concepts related with the ETL also, and we will be covering till ETL today. Most probably, just need your support, like to have this much of content. Like we will be performing ETL practical also, we will be performing SQL practical also, and right now I will be performing this SQL database also. Okay, a virtual machine. Sorry, just a second. I have one.
Good morning, all faculty members. This is Narendra. So I request all faculty members, please download this Power BI software. We have already given the link for downloading the Power BI desktop software. So please download and install in your systems so that tomorrow we'll start the Power BI session also. So meanwhile, I'll provide the data set and please download it, the data set and keep it safe. Tomorrow we're going to work on that. Thank you.
Okay, so sorry for this call. Actually, it was quite emergency call for me. So let us now start with our practical with developing virtual machine with Linux based OS. Let me share my screen first. So, Narendra, can you confirm me whether my screen is visible to you?
Yes, yes. Yes, Mahesh.
So the prerequisite already given to all of the faculties, like you will be finding the link of all these things. And today, one thing you need to install on your laptop, it is also there in prerequisite, like you need to install Management Studio for configuring locally database. For learning that's SQL practical, the Management Studio installation is needed on the local PC. So I will also provide the link in this chat box also. So please make sure like you will be installing this Management Studio into your laptop. And one more thing, like right now you need to install this putty software. So can I know like what this putty is being used for? What is the purpose of using putty? Anyone have used the putty software in their activities, curriculum activities?
I just know that it is used as an SSH client.
SSH client, yes, sir. So as we know, like how to access our virtual machine for Windows based, we use RDP, and for SSH, we will be using this putty software. Without putty also we can access our SSH server, but it is more handy to use this putty software. So I have provided the link of putty to from where you can download this putty file. See here the download option is there. So meanwhile you can download it and install it in your laptop. And I will start with the practical section. Let me log into this Azure account. Okay, so this is the home page of my Azure account. So I just want to know from you, you all people, like what will be the steps for creating virtual machine? So you just guide me. I will do the same steps. What will be the first step? So this will be a quick revision for you all people, like to create a virtual machine. So yesterday we have tried with the Windows based. The same way you need to try with Linux based. Only the difference is what I will be telling you guys. So
The
for
download
first
link
steps,
is in that which we have to
So we
give.
have to go to create and open a resource group.
yes, we need to create and open a resource group first, right? So let us create one resource group at this point with
This was
the
second sir
FDP.
about the download putty, where we need to go after clicking on the download option link.
At this point you need to go, sir. Just click on this.
Yeah.
It will directly download the
After that,
file. Here
so you click
it
on that.
will be, yeah, 64-bit you can take it actually, because we will be choosing 64-bit. So that is
Uh,
why even our local PC is also 64-bit. Those who are having 32-bit PC, you can download 32-bit.
okay. First one we need to click, right?
Yes, first one. So let us create a
Sir?
resource group first. Yes.
Sir? From the
Yes.
morning, you hands-on program.
Ma'am, I'm not getting you. Can you come again, like what you're saying?
From the morning hands-on program, sir.
Yes, yesterday's practical was remaining, so that is why I am revising this practical. So you can recap your previous yesterday's also knowledge in this practical. So it is not
Okay, sir.
necessary whether you need to perform it or not. It is on up to you also. Like it is optional. Whether you want to perform it, you can perform it. Either you can just understand the concept, like how to configure Linux-based virtual machine on cloud computing. Okay, ma'am. If you want to have an
Okay, sir.
hands-on knowledge, you can also have with me. Either you can just listen to the procedure, what I'm saying to you.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay, ma'am. So let us create a resource group first. So for resource group, we need to give the name. So let us give name FDP3. Just give the name FDP and let us create a resource group first. And now under this resource group, I'm putting my resource, which is called as virtual machine with VM. Okay, now let's move to this create button. Okay. For virtual machine, I need to search for virtual machine. Then I need to click on create. Choose the first option, which is Azure Virtual Machine. Then we need to choose the subscription, which is already chosen by this Microsoft. And then I need to choose my resource group with the name FTP. Okay. So this is my resource group, which has been already created by me. And then I need to give a name to my virtual machine. Let me give my name, sir, Mahesh123. And after that, I need to select a region. So let it be East US only. Availability, no infrastructure, security type, standard I'm selecting, and the OS image. Yesterday we have choose the image Windows 11 Pro, but I want my virtual machine to be installed with Linux OS. So I'm using this Ubuntu Server 20.04 LTS with 64 generation 2. And in VM architecture, now you can see here, when I choose this Linux-based OS, my ARM64 also gets enabled. So to access this ARM64, you need to install that ARM64 putty, and for 64-bit, you can have that 64, the first only. Okay, but right now what my VM architecture will be, it will be 64. So I am choosing this 64-bit only. Now I need to choose the size of configuration what my VM should be. Okay. So for that I will be choosing B1S, 1 V core CPU and 1 GBI memory. Okay. Which cost me around 596.23 rupees. So if I want to see like whether the lesser coster is also there, so I can click on see also like sizes of the VM, in which I will be finding all the sizes of VMs and their costing per month also. So here I can see that I need to choose this B1S only. So I will be choosing this B1S, which is 596 rupees for per month, and I will be selecting that. Okay, and this is how I have configured my virtual machine. So in administrator account, how my authentication type will be. So there are two options present here. So you can use both options also. Like if you want to access your Linux-based machine with SSH public key, then you need to choose this option. And if you want to authenticate or access using username and password, then at that time you need to choose password. Okay, so now I'm choosing the password because I'm more familiar with username and password. So let me give username to my system. Let me type password. Let us confirm my password again. So this is how I have given this username and password to my virtual machine at the time of logging into my Linux machine. So in this, the step I need to follow is to give inbound port rule. So at the time of making Windows-based machine, which inbound port rule we have applied? Yes, can anyone tell me? RDP, right, sir. Okay, Gopal Krishnan, sir, what is the issue? Right, Shweta ma'am, we have used RDP and in Linux-based machine, now we will be using SSH key. So we are having these three options, HTTP, HTTPS and SSH. So can anyone tell me what will be the port for this SSH? It will be 22 port, okay? So this will be 22 port, it will be accessed via this 22 port only, okay? So now let us move to the next step, which is disk, okay? So here the same procedure you need to follow. You need to choose a standard hard disk for my virtual machine and click on next networking, and here we can see the new virtual network is being created, which is having subnet mask of 10.0.0.0 till 24, and it will also create a public IP address for accessing my SSH. Okay, so let's go to the management part, and we will not do anything in this management part. Let's move to the next operation. Then monitoring again. In monitoring, we will not do anything. Click on next. In advanced option, we will be also not doing anything. Click on next. Click on next. So in create plus review, my virtual machine gets started. Okay, configuring. Start configuring. The JSON file is getting created at this point. And here I can see the validation pass message and the amount what I am getting for this VM is 0.8168 INR rupees per hour. So this is how I have configured my virtual machine, and now I will deploy that virtual machine to my server. For deploying that, I need to click on this create button. So this is how I have created my virtual machine with Linux-based OS. So those who have performed the same practical, you can put the screenshots in the chat box. So now everyone can see the deployment is in process. So let us wait for deployment in process. Meanwhile, you can also share your screenshot, like whether you have tried to perform this operation with Linux-based OS. And any doubts, any query you are having, you can ask me. Say, Gopal Krishnan sir, you can leave the meeting and you can rejoin again. You can join again with the same link. If you're not, if I am not audible to you. Okay, many of you have tried. Mansur sir has tried. Sanjay Sawant sir has tried. Okay, that means like most of you have got the idea how to create a virtual machine and how to use it also, right? That's good. Disk is premium or standard. You can use the standard also and premium also, but mostly preferable. I will be prefer you to use standard one. Okay, some of you have completed their deployment also. Okay, good. Yes, sir. We will be providing the recording in your WhatsApp group. I think Narendra, sir, have you provided it? The link you have provided, right?
Yes,
The
I have
recording.
provided, but they are yes, I have provided the link for the yesterday's session, but they are saying like it is taking too much time. So they are asking like a direct link, like without opening the Microsoft Teams and all like that.
Okay. So downloaded file they will be needed. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
We will try to make that file in downloaded version, so you can download it and you can have a look at it. Okay. So my deployment is also getting completed. So now I need to click on go to resource. Okay. So this is how we have created virtual machine with Linux-based OS. And here I can see the same dashboard what I was getting in Windows-based OS also. So, but to access this virtual machine with the OS, with the operating system Linux, we need to access it by using this command line. Okay, by using this command line also we can access it, or by using this putty software where we get a command prompt and from there we can access the Linux base. Because like Windows based, this Linux based machine is not having GUI with it. The all operations we need to perform in the Linux base by using these command lines. Okay, so now I need to connect this VM to my virtual to my putty to my local machine. So how I can connect it? So I need to go to this connect button. You can click here also. Either way, you can click here also. Go to this connect button, and here you need to copy this IP address. Okay, connecting using public IP address. You need to copy this IP. And here you can see the port is 22 and admin username is Mahesh123 because I have used the username and virtual machine name same only. So my admin and username will be Mahesh123 only. So in your case, it can be different because you might be giving a different username to your virtual machine. Okay. So let us copy this and let's open our putty software. After installation, this putty software, you need to go to this Windows button and you can search in the search bar also. Either way, you can look into this list also where you will be finding this putty software. Just open that putty software.
Sir, last step I didn't understood, sir. After copying the IP address, what to do?
Last, sir, open the putty software which you have downloaded. Got it, sir? Like I have tell you to download this putty software. No? After installation, you need to open that putty software. That's it, sir. And after opening, you will be getting such screen on your PC. Here you can see connection type. It should be SSH serial, not serial or other type. And you can copy that IP address at this place. So it is the same IP address what my virtual machine is having. Okay. And the port number should be 22 only. It should not be 23 or 24, because the port number what our machine is having is 22 only. So keep it 22 only and just click on open button. So see the putty get started making connection with my virtual machine, and here some notification comes to you, like whether the hosted key you guaranteed, like it tells like whether it is safe or not. So you need to accept it. Okay, so this is how we have connected to our virtual machine. Now here you can see login as. So the authentication type we have used username and password. So the same username and password you need to type here. Mahesh123 was my username, and I will hit enter button. Okay, and then it will give
Sir, can you repeat after that configuration, putty configuration, what to give in that?
Okay, let me close this.
You
So this
public
is
IP address.
till this all are clear, right? Till this step all are clear. So copy this IP address. For copying IP address, go to this connect button and copy this IP address. You can also get this public IP address from here also. Okay, see, here also the same IP address there, but you can go to this connect button and you can go click on connect button, and here you will be getting IP address. You need to copy this IP address, and in your local computer you need to search for this putty software. This is the Windows tab, and here you need to search for putty software, and you need to open that putty software, where you will be getting this kind of interface. In the host name you need to paste your IP address which you have copied from your Microsoft Azure, and make sure like port number should be 22. Whatever port number is visible here, you need to put the same port number in your putty software, and then you need to click on open button. And when you click on open button, your putty automatically connects to your virtual machine, and here you need to type your username and password which you have chosen, which you have choose for authentication, right? So my username was Mahesh123, and my password was so I'm typing the password, but it will not show anything. So don't worry for that. Just type the password and hit the enter button. So see, in this manner, my Linux-based machine, I have connected with it. So here you can see, welcome to Ubuntu 20.40.6 LTS. So this is having this much, this is having the OS operating system with Linux 5.15. And here you can see all system information for this Linux based machine. Okay, so this is how I can also write the command. So if I want to write the echo command, I can write echo command and I can see the output of my echo command. Mostly echo
Sir,
command is used for printing purpose. Yes, ma'am. Anyone?
Sir, I'm not able to connect. Yesterday also I had the same issue. So I'm not sure why that is. I'm able to create the virtual machine, but I'm not able to connect to it.
Ma'am, can you share your screen one more time? Like we can see what is the issue you are facing.
Yes.
Copy the IP address, madam. And
So I've copied the IP here.
okay. Now open the putty software which you have installed.
Go to putty, I paste this here. I say open.
Check the port number. Whether the port numbers are same.
Port is 22. I checked it.
Okay.
And then it just hangs saying cannot connect.
So the username, the authentication is username and password only, huh?
When I created the VM, yeah. So I copy this. I go to Putty. And then the port is 22.
Click on open. Copy this IP address. Click on open. It might take time to have that one.
No, it hangs. Even yesterday, I was not able to do using the Microsoft remote desktop connection. Today, I'm
okay. So, ma'am, you can check your firewall setting. You need to disable your firewall setting. That can be also one of the issue. And one more thing, like you can open your command prompt and here you can type this command for accessing your virtual machine. See the command I have written in the chat. Just type SSH
username and IP address.
Username and IP address. Username should be your virtual machine username, ma'am.
This admin username, no?
Yes, virtual machine username. Hit enter button.
Timed out.
What it is showing?
Connection timed out.
So you can do one thing, ma'am. You can go to this Microsoft Azure.
Right. Here.
Just there you will be getting some restart button is there. See.
Refresh.
Restart button is there.
Where is the?
Go to overview. Restart button is there.
Okay.
Restart your server. And now you can try to connect using putty either a command line.
Okay, so this is already restarted. Okay.
So wait, check in the notification, like whether you are getting that.
Notifications?
In the Microsoft
In Connect
Azure.
it says, I think it is.
Ma'am, I think you have prepared a different, it is the virtual machine only?
Yes.
But I think you have choose a different virtual machine, like which I have explained you now. So let me share my screen. Okay, wait a minute.
Okay.
That you need to choose this option. I think you have chosen the different company option. That is why you're getting that.
I think I chose a different zone.
Yes.
Everything
No,
else was
zone
the
is
same.
not the issue. Let me share my screen. I will show you.
Okay.
So see, my logo of virtual machine is somewhat different and your logo is somewhat different.
This logo is for Microsoft. Mahesh used Microsoft based virtual machine.
Yes. So please check whether you are using the Microsoft Azure logo because we are performing practical. See, just types in search box now. You will be getting that one in service. The post only you will be getting.
So you're referring to this logo, no, sir? This one, DVR1. It's the same. I can't see what's the difference.
No, it is different, man.
Okay.
So you can have this one. You can delete that resource and you can do it same practical with this one. Because all other virtual machines are also there. So might be you have taken some other company and that to access that virtual machine, that procedure is somewhat different.
Okay, I'll try.
Yes. Okay,
Sir,
then, yes,
sir,
any
for
doubts?
me, yeah, FDP 2, I have created one Richa VM. In that, some key issue is there. Like, I think I wrongly selected some of the that key to be downloaded SSH key.
Okay.
So how
So
I can
via
correct
key
that?
also you can access your virtual machine, only the part like you need to open your command prompt and where you need to write SSH key commands, and then you can access that Linux based machine.
Okay, so how to do that? Or can I now correct, go back and correct what you have
Yes,
done?
you can also do that thing also, ma'am. You
So
can go back and create a new one. Either
uh,
if the
new one,
procedure is
to
known to you,
delete
you need to
everything.
delete. You need to
Yeah.
delete it, and you can create new one. If the procedure is well known to you, then it is okay. No need to create it.
So can
If
you
you need to give
that
a
part?
try, then you can give it.
I
No
think
issue.
that part where we select that SSH key or username password, that I missed. Can you repeat that, sir, for me?
Just a second, I will let you know. So see, when I create this virtual machine, I go to this place, create button, create
I'm not
virtual
able to
machine.
see your desktop, sir, like your window.
Just sorry, I just stop my screen share. Okay, I have shared my screen. Please see whether you're getting my screen.
Yeah, now I am able to
Yes,
see.
yes.
Okay, so here you will be configuring that one. Administrator account. You need to configure password. You need to check this password.
Okay, okay. Instead of public key, I have to say password. Okay.
Password. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, so this is
Only
how
that
we
is
have.
the issue, right? Rest of
Yes,
the
that
things,
is. Rest
and
of
then
the
I
things
have to
are
give a
okay.
password.
Yes.
Okay, okay, sir.
So this is how we have created a virtual machine with Linux based OS. So Narendra, can you please delete all the resources for all of us? Like it will
Yes,
be
yes,
more
yes.
feasible.
So
So
that
you
is
can
FDP
delete
3 only,
all the
na?
virtual machines which has been created. And if you want to create one more time, you can have you can create it in your free time also. So now we will be moving further to our next topic, which is module 2 with data warehouse. So everyone are getting my screen, right? So in this module 2, we will be learning about the data warehouse concept and Azure SQL database concept. Okay. So can I know the what is this word mean, like data warehouse? Just unmute your mic and let me know the answer. What you know about this word data warehouse? Yes. Can anyone would like to add the answer? Data warehouse.
So data warehouse is a system in which data is being reported and stored. And after the after the reporting and storing is done, we can do some analysis, maybe business intelligence using business intelligence. And there are a lot of repositories of data which is integrated from multiple different sources. And once the data is being uh, in integrated and analyzed, we can also dissipate the or to spread the information into different other targets as well.
Okay. Okay. Yes, sir, you are right. But the purpose of using data warehouse, can anyone tell me? Like, so sir has told the purpose also, like we can use for business intelligence purpose. Any other purpose? So can any application you can tell me like where this data warehouse is being used? Any application?
I think it is a centralized repository kind of thing from where you can take the data.
Okay. So, ma'am, you are talking about operational data warehouse, right?
Yes, sir.
See, let me clear your concept related with data warehouse. So, see, actually, the companies like Google.com, okay, Google, companies like Facebook, companies like Instagram, companies like Amazon, companies like Flipkart. So, we all know like they got a huge amount of data with them, right, in on their server. Okay, so what they do actually, have you heard the concept of Hadoop? Previously, the Hadoop were there. Yes, big data and Hadoop, right? So the same thing is going with here also data warehouse. Like you are predicting like one database, and you are storing all your data in that data warehouse. Okay, so that data warehouse can have data with data mart. Data warehouse can have data lakes. Data warehouse can have operational data. Data warehouse can have the NoSQL data also. So all type of data is being stored into this data warehouse. Okay. So now let us go in more detail about this data warehouse, what it is. So it is kind of centralized, like ma'am has told us, like it is a kind of centralized storage where all this data is being stored. So in this unit, we will be learning, mostly learning about the concept of data warehouse on Microsoft Azure portal. Then we will be learning different types of storage account, which we have already performed the practical also, like how to create a storage account on Microsoft Azure portal. Then we will be learning about using different softwares like SQL Server or Management Studio. Okay, so how data warehouse work? Okay, so the data warehouse centralize and consolidates a larger amount of data from multiple sources. So what does it mean? Like we all know, what Google job is, Google acquires data from different sources and it stores that data into a database, right? So right now I'm using the word database. Why so? Because the resources which are coming, they are from different resources, and there on that resources or on that data, there some operation should be happened. That operation is called as transform operation. Like the data can be in any format. We need to categorize into one format, and we need to we need to organize that data in one format, and we need to store it into our database. So such kind of data is being stored in this data warehouse. Like the larger amount of data from multiple sources, and it is stored into one bigger data house. Okay, data warehouse. In earlier 19, the data warehouse was hosted on premises connected to a mainframe computer, mainly focused on collecting and maintaining and loading data in relational database. So what does it mean? Like previously it was there, like we were doing the job of having those hardwares with us, and we stores our data into the hard disks of those server. Okay. So the types of data warehouse is something like this. So there are three types are there. One is enterprise data warehouse. Second one is operational data warehouse, and third one is data mart. Okay. So this enterprise data warehouse is the nothing but the data which is used by these enterprises, and operational data warehouse is the data where the operational part is going on that data, and the data mart is the final type of data warehouse where those data analysis part is being done. Okay, so this is the last step of your database. Okay, so this is how the types of data warehouse. Then the architecture of data warehouse are something like this. So it runs on three tier architecture. So the top layer is the front end layer, which is called as client layer. The middle layer is OLAP server, which implemented using either relational OLAP or multidimensional OLAP. And there is also one concept with hybrid OLAP. So what is this OLAP means? Can anyone explain me? What is this OLAP? So see, like in top and bottom layer, the middle layer is there, which is called as OLAP. So can anyone tell me, have you heard about this word OLAP server?
Some kind of analysis happens.
So let me explain you this OLAP, what it is. So it is a online analytical process. OLAP means online analytical process. So from the word itself, you will come to know like it is some kind of online analytical process. That means you are performing some analytical process on your data, and then you are sending that data to your front end. Okay, it is not in such a way like you are directly taking your data from database and you are sending that data to your front end. You are performing some analytical processing. So what does this analytical processing mean? So the analytical process means like you are getting some insights from that data and you are sending those insights to your front end developer, right? Front end layer. Okay. So this is the online analytical processing which you are performing in the middle layer. And what about this RLAP and MLAP? So the RLAP stands for Relational Online Analytical Process. Okay. So what is relational analytical process means? Like the relationally, that it only performs the simple processing, like simple operations is been performed in this relational analytical process, and in multidimensional analytical process, which is also called as MOLAP. So in multidimensional, the complex processing is being done on data and it is being provided to the front layer. But nowadays there is one more model is been introduced, which is called as hybrid online analytical process. Okay, so HOLAB. Okay, so what this HOLAB does, it is having the functionality or the features of this RLAB and MOLAB in it, and it does the both operation of RLAB and MOLAB on the front layer. Okay, on the database, and it sends to its front end layer. Okay, so this is the description for this OLAP feature. So anyone having doubts related with this OLAP or any questionnaire you are having, any questions you are having related to OLAP server? Okay, fine. So let's move to the further part, and the bottom layer is database, that we all know. So let's move to the further part, like data warehouse components. There are 4 types of components in data warehouse. So they are load manager, warehouse, query manager, and end user access tool. So the end user access tool is being where it can be like the load manager handles the load between those database, warehouses where this data is being stored, and query manager where this MOLAP and ROLAP occurs, and end user access tool where the front end occurs. Okay, so this is how the components with data warehouse. Then data warehouse provides a variety of facilities such as better data quality, faster business insight, smarter decision making, gaining and growing competitive advantage. So after learning all these things, what we comes to know like the users or the person, those who are using this data are whom? So the persons are with analytical field, the person are with development field, and the person with user field. Okay, using the services. Okay, so those are the people who are having those access of this data warehouse. Okay, so the person with analytical field, they can access this data for getting this business insight, and the person who is developing such kind of application, so they can also use this data warehouse, and the person who uses the services in the front end of that developer application, they can also have access to this data warehouse. So these are the use cases which we can have with this data warehouse. And the next topic is storage account or blob storage. Okay, so already we have gone through this practical, what is storage account, what the storage account is used for, and on what protocol it has been running. So already we have performed this storage account thing, and here you can find about the storage account, like the blob storage is designed for serving images document directly to the browser, storing files for distributed access, streaming videos and audios, writing to a logo file, storing data for backup and restore, disaster recovery, and archiving. So these are the uses of storage account. And we have also performed this hands-on practical on storage account. Okay. So any query related to this storage account you are having? I can directly jump to this SQL Azure database. Yes. Any doubts you are having related with data warehouse? Concept, storage account concept. So general purpose is nothing. You are extracting data from different resources and you are performing some operations on that data and you are storing that data into your database. This is the simple step which has been followed by every company. And there is also one ELT method is also being used. The method which I have told you right now, it was ETL method. And there is also one kind of method which is called as ELT, that extract, load, and then transform. Okay. So firstly, they extract the data from different resources. They load that data, extracted data into a database, and then they transform that data for their purpose. Okay, that is what called ELT method. And ETL method is something like that. They extract data from different resources, then they transform that data, like they can clean that data, they can have the data into a proper format, the same way we are doing in our DBMS software. Okay, they are doing those normalization concept, normalization things, they are applying on that data. So larger amount of concept they are applying on that data. Cleaning is there, normalization is there. Then they can apply the data types and all those things, and they can bring those data into one form, and then they will be storing that data into this data warehouse. Okay, so this is the basic concept of storage with cloud computing. Okay. So ERP, CRM can also be hosted, right? Yes, ma'am. ERP and CRM can also be hosted, but you mostly it is been seen like you need to configure virtual machine for it. It depends on the backend technology what you are using. Okay, suppose you are using this AngularJS or JavaScript or something, those backend languages, then it should be on server. If you are using PHP or something like that, then it can be in different manner. But all those websites can be hosted on your cloud computing. So any doubt you are having related with this unit, please let me know. Okay, fine. Let's move to our next topic, which is called an introduction to SQL Azure database. Let us see this unit. So while going hands-on with this practical, can I know whether you have installed this management studio? Let me how to extract data from third-party resources. Yes, Rajan sir. So to extract data from third-party resources, what you need to do is there are many concepts are there. Have you heard about web scraping? Web scraping.
No, sir.
Okay, so the web scraping
It's
is the
a
process. Yes, the web scraping is the process from where you can scrap data from any kind of website by using those beautify model is there in Python, and one more model is there like beautify, and another one is there. So those people are, what they are doing, they are extracting different data from the website. That is one method of extracting data. The second method is like you are getting inputs from the user, right? The same way, like whatever data we are seeing on Google, it is inputted by some of the users. Like some users have inputted data in on their website, and Google is doing Google is doing. Google is scraping their data and storing that data into your database. So this is how the data is being extracted from different resources. It can be online medium, it can be offline medium, it can be websites, it can be social media, it can be anything. So this is how the data is being gathered, and it is being transformed, and it is being loaded into the database. So nowadays this culture is mostly going on, like the larger amount of data is being stored. They are storing larger amount, and even from this TikTok also, those culture gets generated, like to creating reels, and they are analyzing the people's, like what people's like more, and those analysis parts starts from there itself by China country, that we all know, like, right? The people used to, they have created one TikTok application, and they just launched that application in India, and they just analyze the behavior of peoples of our Indian peoples, and they do the analysis, and they sell their products in our India. So this is the big strategy what those businesses are applying on different, for their businesses, growth of their businesses.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Any doubts you are having, you can clear with me, like any questions you are having. So Ashish sir has told me like which option. Okay, let me send you the link only for Management Studio. So you can download from this link also. Even in pre-request, we have given the link for downloading Management Studio. So you might be experienced with those Management Studio where we write our SQL queries. So can I know like what is SQL, for what purpose we use SQL? SQL we use to store data in organized way.
Structured query language for the purpose of accessing the structured data,
Yes,
like table-wise information.
So in short, I will explain you in this manner, like we are having this file management system. So
Sir, are you showing any PPT?
no ma'am, no ma'am. I'm just sharing this thing with you.
Okay.
Like now we will be directly moving to this practical of SQL database. Okay, so this practical we will be moving, and then after we will be switching to this data factory concept. So how this data factory concept run on cloud computing. Okay, after this practical.
Okay.
So be sure, like before switching to this SQL practical, the concept should be clear regarding SQL. I also know, like you all people knows what is SQL, and you are teaching the same subject in your academic also, like what is database, what is normalization, what is query language. So it is okay, like we move to this practical, SQL practical directly. Or you need some explanation regarding SQL? It's okay, directly move to this practical. Okay then. let us move. Narendra, will you explain or I will be explaining this?
Sir, you can give some introduction because not all of us are computer science faculties.
Okay, ma'am. I will explain you in simple manner. See, the file we store, the data we store in our mobile phone, right? The data we store in our laptops. Okay. So how we store that data? We are taking data from different resources, from friends or some Google, from internet, and we are storing that data in one file folder. Okay. In file folder, we are storing that data. So, and the data is being stored, that the way of data is being stored is only known by me only, because my laptops, I know like how my data is being stored in that, right? But my friend comes and he wants some movies from my laptop. So it is then he find some difficulty like finding that movie from my laptop, right? So then what he will be doing, he will be asking me like whether Mahesh, where you have kept this movie in your laptop. So I will explain him, like I will tell him the path of that finding the movie. So in this manner, he can get that movie from file management system. But when this SQL thing comes into the picture, eyes, so the drawbacks of file management system was what? To run the file, we need third-party software, because the file what we are having it is in different format. Because in my laptop I'm having PDF file, in my laptop I'm having doc file, in my laptop I'm having MP3, in my laptop I'm having video file also. To run all those files, I need third-party software, which is for PDF, I need Adobe PDF Reader. For Word, I need Microsoft Office. For running MP3 player, MP3 file, I need MP3 player. Running video, MP4 video, I need MP4 player. So this was the drawback what I was having with my file management system. So this is the first drawback. The second drawback was like I can't. There is no structure of storing data in my data hard disk. Okay, it can be stored in any way. Okay, so this is the basic drawbacks which this file system is having. So to remove those drawbacks, this SQL comes in the picture. Okay, where in SQL we store data in organized format, where we mention data, like we store data in their data type itself. Suppose my data is in integer format, then we will be storing in integer data in that integer only. If my data is in string format, I will be storing my data in string format only. So this is how we organize data in one structural form. That is why the searching of data time gets reduces. Okay, and due to which easily data is being searched from the SQL structure, SQL database. And the second drawback we have removed such thing like we can to run this data, we will be needed only one format, one software, which is called as DBMS software, which is called as DBMS software. Okay, so that we all know, like for my running MySQL, we are using MySQL server. Okay, MySQL software. For running, there is Oracle software is also there for handling those SQL database. So this is how the SQL database is all in picture. Like to remove the drawbacks of file management system, we introduce this SQL database where we have configure all this data in one form, and after configuring it in one form, and from we will we do the operation in very handy way, like by using some query languages we can perform operations on that data also. So the SQL is nothing but it is structural query language. So the structural query language is what it tells, like some applying some query language, you are doing some operations on that data. Okay, so this is all about file management versus SQL database. So for explaining purpose, I have I'm telling you the difference. Like you can have this concept in your mind. Any doubt now? Got the SQL concept, what it is? Okay. Thank you, sir. Okay. So suppose if you are not having any doubt, you can just use this React thumbs up button, and you can make me sure like you are all clear with the concept. Okay. Either you can unmute yourself, and either you can ask your doubts. Okay. In chat box also you can write it. Okay, so now we will be moving to our hands-on practical with SQL. So how to configure SQL database online in cloud computing, and we will be accessing that SQL database in our local machine. Okay, so whatever operations we will be doing on that SQL on that database locally, it will get updated on our cloud also. Okay, either vice versa. Whatever operations we are doing on cloud, it will be updated on our local machine. So this is how the practical is all about, and how to configure SQL database on cloud computing. Like we all know how to configure SQL database locally on our local machine. The same way we will be configuring SQL database on our cloud server. Okay, for web application. So right now the SQL database is mostly used for web application, web development, or any kind of software. As we all know, like SQL is a backbone of any application. Without database, the application has no meaning. Okay, like the way without data the Facebook is having no meaning, without data the Instagram is having no meaning. Same way, that is why this SQL database is called as backbone of web application. Okay, so let's move to the practical. Narendra sir, over to you. You can share your screen and start performing the practical.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So good morning, all dear faculty members. So now we'll go for the practical part of SQL data, how to implement that on cloud, and how to integrate the cloud database onto our on-premise. So before getting into the practical part, I request you all to download and install the Microsoft SQL Server. That is the software required to get interact with the cloud. So already Mahesh sent you the link also. So hope you install that. So now, Mahesh, can you see the screen now, please?
So which one we have to install, sir?
Microsoft SQL Server, sir. Microsoft SQL Server. So it will take some time. So it will take some 5 to 10 minutes. Meanwhile, we'll go for the theory part, because you are all from, it's not from computer science background. I can understand. Even I am also not from computer science background. So we'll discuss the basic things first for 5 or 10 minutes. So meanwhile, the software will get installed on your laptops.
Can you share once again?
Yeah.
That link,
so Mahesh,
can you share once again?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Janice, sir. Yes. Mahesh, can you share the link again on?
Yes, I will be sharing the link.
Yeah. So let us see here. So whenever we are working with data, okay. So these days the data is getting so much prominence. Like data is called as a next few years. Okay, this is called as next few years. So data is very important to increase my business, increase my sales, increase my profit, to decrease my costs. Wherever I'm having extra cost, I can remove conveniently. So for all the purposes, if I want to increase the sales or increase the profit and decrease the unnecessary cost, so I need to look at the data only. So that is the reason why everybody are calling data is the next few years. Now when you know the data, now what is the definition? The true definition for the data means, anybody from computer science background, please define the data in your own words or any definition.
Any raw information is called data.
Raw information is called as data. Okay. Yeah. Yes, sir. In the same fashion, I want to define the data in other fashion, like any collection of facts. Any collection of facts called as a data. So fact means you are collecting something, some information, raw information you are collecting. If this raw information is speaking about the facts only, then it is called as any information, anything which is qualitative, quantitative. which is speaking about the is called as data. So qualitative and quantitative. We have two terms like qualitative and quantitative. So what is the meaning of this qualitative and quantitative? Means qualitative means this is related to some text data, some description about a particular product. Like this pen is like 5 centimeters in long and 1 centimeter in width. It is in this color, that color. It is a black color. All these things are there, na? So that is called as qualitative information. And regarding quantitative, quantitative speaks about the numbers, like how many pens you purchased, maybe one or two. What is your salary? How many children you are having? What is your height? So all these things are quantitative. So anyhow, you are getting the data which is speaking about the facts. So maybe the data is sometimes in the terms of numbers and sometimes in the terms of text to data, the combination of numbers and text. So after knowing this qualitative and quantitative data, so now I want to go and define the types of the data. So we generally in day-to-day life, we can come across different types of data. So I have segregated all the types of data into three categories. One is structured data. This is the first model, structured data, and semi-structured data, and unstructured data. So these are the three types of data which we are having in the real world. So structured data means anything like it may be a qualitative, it may be a quantitative data, which can be placed in either rows and columns. Either rows and columns is called as structured data. If you can keep the data in terms of rows and columns, okay, or in terms of tables, so then it is said to be structured data. So example is, so like I'm opening this Excel table. See here, I have created a few tables here. So I create a few tables, something like a salary details table, where I'm keeping employee ID in this column, date of join in this column, salary in this column. Okay, employee ID maybe employee 123. So it is a text data, that is qualitative data. Okay, so salary, it is a quantitative data. So I am collecting all these data and keeping this data in rows and columns, rows and columns. That means in the fashion of tables. So if the data is orienting in the terms of rows and columns or tables, then it is said to be structured data. So in the structured data, example is the structured data example is any data which is present in Excel or CSV. Okay, these are some examples, like the context of today's session, SQL. So in the SQL databases also, we can keep the data in the fashion of rows and columns. Okay, now since we have seen this Excel type data, so I want to go and visualize the data in the form of SQL, SQL databases. So let us consider this is my SQL server, Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio. So this is the software link Mahesh has provided and asked to download and install in your laptops. So this is the Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio software. So now what I'm doing is under this, so this is my server name. Whatever highlighted, not this is called as my server name. See here, that server name is there. I just want to show you that. So this is the server, SQL Server. Under SQL Server, this is the hierarchy. Please remember. So we have at the topmost in the SQL Server, at the topmost we have a server. Under the server, we have so many databases. See here, these are the collection of databases. Under server, we have databases. Okay, so in the databases, so we have multiple databases. All these are different databases here. Okay, so now I am going to this particular database and I want to see what is there. I want to see the table. I want to see one table, how it is looking like. So for that, I'm just clicking one option like new query. So new query means it is an empty window, so which is placed here on the right side of this particular window. Here we are querying the data. Already data is there. So data is there in the databases. Okay, see here, I'm taking one database. Suppose say I'm taking triple S. Okay, this is the database. And in the database, under triple S database, so we are having tables. Okay, now I'll just expand the tables also. So you can see these are the different tables I'm having in this, okay, in this database. So let me call this particular database. So one particular table I want to call. This is the worker table. So can you able to see this? A DBO means a database object. Database object is nothing but we have so many objects. One is table and the other one is views and other one is stored procedures. So now I'm taking a table. See here, the table version is the symbol is showing like a table. So now it is a table. The name of the table is worker. Now I want to query this. Already data is there. I want to query this particular data. So by default, I am in master database. But I want to connect to worker table, which is there in the okay triples database. Okay, now I see here how automatically I'm changing this master database to triples. So use the command like use triples. So when I'm typing like use triples, so I'm running this. So I'm selecting this and I'm executing this. So you can go for the shortcut like F5 also. So when I'm running this, so it will be executed. So see here, the command completed successfully. So automatically see here, the master database, now it replaces it to triples. So now it is connected to this triples. Now what I want to do, I want to recollect. I want to query the data which is present in the worker table. So select to start from worker table. So this is the name of the table. Worker is the name of the table. Now I am selecting this. Now I am executing this. See the output here. So this is the output. So this is the output. Can you all able to see this output? So what is the form of the table here? Can I say this is structured data? Please unmute yourself and please respond. Is it a structural data?
Yes, it has got rows and columns, so it is
Yeah.
a structured data.
Yeah, it is having some rows and some columns. So that is the reason why I'm calling this as a structured data. So that is the example I have given. So Excel is there as one of the data source, which is storing the data in the form of structured form, and CSV is also one data source form where the data is stored in the structured form. SQL databases also having the same thing. So it is storing their data in the tables or the data is stored in the form of rows and columns. And coming to semi or unstructured data, I'll go to the unstructured data, quite opposite to this. So where you don't have any rows, and any columns. You cannot keep the data in the form of rows and columns. So that means here, one such example is, suppose I had taken a photo. So yesterday, Shashwatan has taken one photo of our session, right? So you might have seen the particular photo. In the photo, so much data is there. So how many faces are there? You are laughing. Somebody is showing some thumbs up. Everything there, some data will be there. Na? I am wearing some colored shirt. All these are different data available, but I cannot keep this particular data in the form of rows and columns because that is there in the photo. So now in the photo, data is there. I cannot keep the data in the rows and columns. So then that form of data is called as unstructured data, where I cannot keep the data in the form of rows and columns. So examples for that particular thing is some images. Can you go and tell me a few more examples for unstructured data? The data should not be kept in rows and columns. So images is one example. So can you give one or a few more examples? Any faculty member, please unmute yourself.
Videos.
Yes, videos. Yeah, videos.
Social media posts.
Yeah, social media post. All these things we cannot keep in rows and columns. So that is the reason why I am calling this as a unstructured data. So now I'm going for semi-structured data. So here, it is having the features for both structured data features it is having and semi-structured features also it is having. Sorry, unstructured features also it is having. So that means sometimes it is looking like a structured data, sometimes it is looking like a unstructured data. So that means here, suppose I'm having a text. Okay, some text editor is there, some text file is there. So in the text file, we are writing. So suppose a notepad. So now I have opened the notepad. So what I'm writing. So in this line where I have written one dot structured data, I have written in one particular row, right? And this is second row, and this is third row. That means here the data is available, the text is available in rows fashion. But where is a column? We don't have columns. Okay, like this type of data, it is having rows fashion only. It is not having columns fashion. It is looking like halfway between structured data and unstructured data. So that is the reason why we are calling this as semi-structured data. It is looking like, sometimes it is looking like a structured data, sometimes it is looking like unstructured data. So the example is notepad, okay, text file, okay, PDF, our mails, our mail attachments, all these things are there. Na? So in the mail also some text will be there having rows but no columns. So all these things are called in generally as semi-structured data. So we are concentrating today on SQL databases. So in the SQL databases, so many databases are there. So in that examples, we are taking only Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio. Okay, Management Studio. So this is the software which we are going to uh, install on the cloud server itself, and we are going to connect to the cloud server through our portal, through our local system. So in the local system, I already installed this particular SQL Server Management Studio, and I'm having some data. I don't want to use this particular data, so I just close this. I want to create fresh data, and I want to connect to that particular fresh data. So till this point in time, so are you clear? Please tell me that. Anybody, please respond. Are you clear till now? The basic theory part?
Yes, yes.
Why? Okay. So now, after knowing the importance of the structured data and the importance of SQL databases, now I am moving on to the special term like relational database. In the SQL, in generally, the SQL Server databases are completely relational. So the type of data connection. So suppose say relational, we are calling this as a relational database. Now I want to define what is the meaning of relational database. So in my company, XYZ company is there. So I'm running XYZ company. In this company, I'm having lot of data. So I'm keeping this data in form of tables. Okay, in the form of tables. So let us consider 3 tables are there. In these 3 tables, one table speaking about employee details. Employee details in the terms of employee name, department, and okay, salary, like basic salary. Okay, something like basic salary. Okay, this is the information it is speaking about. Now, in the second table, I'm just handling salary details. Salary details means I'm having some employee ID, date of join, and the salary. Okay, basing on the date of join, the salary will be high or low. Okay, so that is a company's issue. So now the third table is discussing about the project details, like which employee is working on which project. So project ID is there, project name is there, roles and responsibilities for each and every employee is given here. So these are the 3 different tables. If you look at these 3 tables, it is looking like 3 tables are separately given. There is no relation at all, right? So, but here, if the tables, the data which is stored in the different tables and there is no relation, means we cannot fetch the details. Suppose say my manager asking me to fetch employee details, okay, with respect to project. Okay, with respect to project. So who employee who is doing on which project. Okay, this data my manager asked. Unless and otherwise, if there is no connection, I cannot fetch this record. Okay, I cannot fetch the employee record. Employee details will be there in the table and project details will be there in this table. So there is no relation. Now I am forming the relation among all these 3 tables. See here. So I'm having only 3 columns. Okay, employee name, department, basic salary. Now what I'm doing is I want to connect. I want to have a connection between the 2 tables. Like I want to connect these employee details with the salary details. Now employee ID, there should be one single column. At least one single column should be common if I want to connect one table with other table. So employee ID is there now. So now I am copying these employee IDs. All these employee IDs I'm copying, and now I'm keeping here. So now this column is common to this column. So these two tables are having one column common. So I can relate this employee details table with the salary details table. So that is called as relation between these 2 tables. Now I want to connect employee details table to the project details table. So what I can do is I just copy these column details and I can paste here. So now I can able to connect employee details with project details. So that is how in the particular employee details, I can connect to salary details and project details. So these columns are there now, which is helping me to connect to other tables. So that is the reason why I am calling this as a relational database, where I'm having relation among all the tables. Once you understand the relational database, so we all maintain the relational database and basis in the SQL server. So you can maintain separately, independently, the tables are independent, or else you can keep some relation between the two tables using join mechanisms and all. So now after knowing the basic theory regarding this, I try to go for the Microsoft Azure portal. Let me go for this. This is my subscription for Microsoft Azure. So now as usual, the same step, the same methodology, we are going for creation of any resource, whether it is a resource group, or whether it is a virtual machine, or whether it is a SQL database also. So now I am going for the Microsoft Azure. This is the home. Now I'm going for searching for my resource. My resource should be SQL database. So just type SQL database. Okay. Now see here. So I'm having SQL databases here. So whatever be the term which is matching to this, so it is getting connected to this. So here, I have seen one virtual machine connected to other vendor virtual machine. So see here, I'll clarify that also. So we are having SQL database from under service tab, under SQL database under marketplace also. So keep in mind that these products are then under services. These are the core services from the Microsoft. These are the core services from the Microsoft. Always you choose the core services from the Microsoft, because the billing will be also very less, because we are taking the subscription from the Microsoft. So we are using the Microsoft services. So the billing will be a bit minimum. So when you go and select the same SQL database under marketplace, under this marketplace means Microsoft will be there, Microsoft products will be there, under different companies products will be there, third party will be there. Third party means I am the third party. I have configured one particular service, and I can deploy my particular service in the on the marketplace. So that means big companies of market products will be there, third party services will be there. So you can pick any other services. But my sincere recommendation is better you go for under services only. So now I'm selecting this SQL database, which is provided by the Microsoft. So this is the first step. I'm just selecting SQL database, which is provided by the Microsoft. Now here, this is the empty window. So scroll up or scroll down. I don't have any SQL database here. The screen is completely empty. So now I am going to create one SQL database by clicking on this create. So just click on create button. Now another window will come. So the connecting window will come, and we need to give the details regarding the new SQL database.
Steps.
Yeah, any doubt, ma'am?
The steps, please, sir.
Ma'am, actually, I need to prepare the steps. I haven't prepared. So please.
Okay, I will type the steps in the chat box.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. So this is the new database creation page. So here we have so many tabs, like we have seen for virtual machine also. Basics tab is there, networking tab is there, security, additional settings, tags, review and create. All these tabs are there, quite similar to any resource creation. So under basics tab, I'm clicking the basics tab. Under basics tab, I need to give these details. Okay. So now the first priority is you need to check the subscription, valid subscription. Yes, I'm having a valid subscription. Okay. Now I want to use one resource group. So any resource will be stored in the resource group only. Resource group is nothing but a folder where I'm keeping some folders. So these are the available resource groups for the time being. Okay. These are the available resource groups. Okay. Now I'm selecting this FDP one. Okay. I'm selecting this FDP one, which is there already. Or else if I want to create, I can hit the create new, and you can create a new resource group and you can configure that. So I request all please select the same FDP one, so that while we are removing the resources, this will be very convenient for us. Okay, so select FDP one as a resource group which is already existing, and now I'm going for the database details here. So the first detail is a database name. So I'm giving the database name as like my name is Eluri Narendra. So that is the reason why I'm giving EN. Okay, EN. Okay, DB database na. So to remember that, I am giving this as ENDB1. DB means database. So Eluri Narendra database 1. So that is the thing. So the next one is server details I need to give. So already I told you. So the hierarchy of this Microsoft SQL Server is, see here, the first object I need to see in the Microsoft SQL Server is server itself. The SQL Server will be there as the first entity or first object. Under this, we have so many databases will be there. So you can create one database or 100 databases. That is your wish. So first thing is I need to define the SQL Server. After defining the SQL Server, I need to connect to any database, maybe one or maybe 100. So now I'm going to the Microsoft Azure portal. Now I'm defining server. So any server is there. So I just want to open any server is there. No server is there. So since I'm not having any server here, existing server here, I'm creating a new server here. So click on create new. So now this is the window in which we are giving the details regarding the new server. So now the server name. The server name I'm giving as EN, okay, server 1. Okay, EN server 1 I'm keeping. Okay, now location I'm keeping. So this location I'm keeping as Central India. So Central India means which is closer to my region. So Central India. So you can choose randomly. So you don't select the same region because the accessibility will be for only 25 for one particular region. Okay, now I'm selecting Central region, and now authentication method, through which method I am getting connected to my SQL server. Okay, now I'm having Azure data factory, and SQL authentication is there. Combination of SQL authentication and the Azure data factory, all these things are there. So since we didn't see the Azure data factory for the time being, I'm just using SQL authentication. I'm using SQL authentication. In this SQL authentication, it is quite similar to the virtual machine create. So you need to give some admin name, login as a login username and password also. So now what I'm thinking is I can copy the same server name also. I can copy the same server name and I can give this as admin name also. But here I'm giving another admin name. I am keeping this as EN admin name. So since I forget, I am having a bad memory, very short memory. That is the reason why I'm selecting this username and I'm pasting here. I'm pasting here. So this is my admin name. Okay, in order to keep this. So now I'm giving the password. So this is the password. Yes, again, I need to confirm my password. Yes. So now it is saying okay. So now after giving all these details, now I'm saying okay. So this is the okay button. Now with all these details, the server is created. See here, EN server 1 in Central India location. Once new server is created. Under this new server, I'm having one single database, ENDB1. This is the single database. Suppose you may have the question like I want to create two databases. Yes, you can create. After that, after this single database, I'll come and I'll show you that second database creation also. So this is the server configuration I had done, and then want to use SQL Elastic Pool. Elastic Pool means you are having two databases. One is having 30% traffic, and this is having 30% traffic. So since I need to pay the amount for this database and this database, why not I merge these two and I can minimize my cost. Okay, so that is can be done. So if you want to merge different database, multiple databases
Excuse me,
in
sir.
single database. Yes, ma'am.
Can you go
Yes,
little slow?
yes. So is it okay, ma'am? The creation of a new server
No,
in this.
sir. Not done yet. Can
So
you just show it once again?
click on this create new, ma'am.
Narendra, can you show from first itself, like from start itself, and go slowly?
Okay. So I'm going for home tab again. So I'm just leaving all these configurations. Yes, this is the first window, home window. In this, I'm searching here my resource name. My resource name is today's session SQL database.
Either you can do one thing, Narendra, go step by step. After completing one step, let them complete. and then move to the step 2, let them complete, and such a way we will repeat it.
Okay. So ma'am, everyone, all faculty members, please do parallel with me and please select FDP1 as a resource group. Okay, I'll show you that. So now going to home and type the search box like SQL database. So and you select this SQL database. So don't go for this one, second one. So please go for this SQL database which is available under services. So click this. Now when you click this SQL database, that particular service empty page will be opened. So since I'm not having any SQL database as of now, I want to create one. So please click on this create button. Okay, when you click on the create button, so these tabs will appear. So here we need to give the details regarding the new database. So under basics tab, these are the details. I need to see EF subscription is there or not. This is the first check. And the second is I need to give the resource group. Okay, in this resource group only this SQL database will going and sitting there. So now I want to go for the existing resource. I don't want to create the new resource group. Instead, I want to go for the existing resource group. So I'm going for FDP1. So you can go, you can open this combo box and you can see, okay, you can see this is my resource group. I have selected from existing one. So you all please select the same resource group. Don't select new resource groups. So all please select FDP1 only. So after selecting this FDP1, till this point in time, it is okay. Did you all able to select the FDP1 resource group only?
Just give a thumbs up when you done this thing. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I doubt. Yeah, what is the doubt now? Yeah, please unmute yourself and please express your doubt. Okay. So now after getting connected to resource group FDP1, okay, now go to database details. In this database details, I am going to give the first database name. So what should be the database name? So I am giving my database name as ENDB1. So you can give your own database name.
You can give any database name as per your convenience.
And then the server details I need to give. So this is the database name I want to create newly. ENDB1 is a new database name I want to create newly. But this database should be under one server, right? So the server is the top priority in the SQL. So now I want to search as similar to for like resource groups. I am searching, is there any existing server? No, no server is there. I want to create my new server. So for this, I'm just clicking on create new. All of you please click on create new. So here a SQL database server new page is popped up and this is the new page. In this page, I need to give the server name. What is the server name? I'm giving the server name as EN server 1. This is the name I'm giving. So according to you, you can give any name. That is your wish. EN server 1. This is my server name. And the location I'm selecting as East US. I'm not changing this. You can also take one of these choices. Don't select the same resource here, the same location here. You can select multiple locations. After server name and location, then go for authentication. Under authentication, so you can select SQL authentication. We can select first two two options also, since we are not knowing this Azure Data Factory. Okay, now I'm going for using SQL authentication. Select SQL authentication as my authentication policy. After that, I need to give SQL Server admin login. So the username. So now I'm giving the same username as similar to the earlier case. This is my username. I want to give this as my username. And if you are interested, then you can create your own thing. So this is my username. And I want to give the password also. So this is my password. I'll stop here and I'll wait till all faculty members complete this task. So those
Configure server
complete,
for your database, where
this is the
you
step,
need to, yes.
This is the step where you are configuring your server. So after giving these details, if you are conveniently given these details, if you're comfortable, then hit this OK. Or else if you are facing any challenge, please let us know. Any challenge till now? Can you all able to create the new server? Please give thumbs up or any doubt or anything, you please express. Hello. Can I move and create the new server by clicking OK button now?
Ashish sir, the cost summary, you should send it to us. You might, there is one option, serverless, we need to choose that one.
Yeah, don't go beyond this step. Please wait till I complete.
Please don't create, don't create the resources. There is one more important steps we need to follow.
The cost factor is there. Till that point in time, please wait.
We need to reduce the cost.
Yes, I'm going to the next step. I'm creating the server just by clicking OK. When I click OK, so the server is configured and it is created. So the server is created here. This is my server. Now I'm going for I want to use, it is asking like I want to go for elastic pool. So pool means the different databases are available under this server. Suppose say if I'm having two databases, one database is having 30% its capability, other database is also having 30% of its capability. So instead of paying for two databases unnecessarily, so can I merge these two? 30%, 30% means 60% in the single database. So I need to pay for only single database. So if you want to go and merge all the databases, then you can say yes. For the time being, since I'm having only single database, I'm keeping no. Always preferable thing, keep no. And I'm not changing anything here. So this is the very, very important step. Compute and storage. This is the very important step. Compute and storage. So where the cost part will come here. So I'm configuring the database here. Here by default it's having 2 vCores, 32 GB storage, and the zone redundant, disabled. All this configuration is there. I want to change according to my perception. So click on configure database. Click on configure database. See here, this is the pricing model. So this is the pricing. So this is 29,000. Plus. So that is the huge cost. Okay, now what I want to configure, I want to reduce this cost. See here automatically under service tier. Under service tier is there now. Open this box. We are having so many resources available. So many purchasing models are there. One is a DTU purchase model, and other one is vCore based purchasing model. So and the basic difference between vCore and DTU is DTU is giving the resources vCores, and they are even if you are using, if you don't use, they will go for the billing. So that is the reason why we don't go for this DTU based purchasing model. So always you go for vCore based purchasing model and you go for the general purpose. So I'm see here under service tier, I'm selecting general purpose under V core. So I'm selecting this. Okay, general purpose under V core. And after that, I am
So
having computers.
instead of Narendra doing that, just choose serverless option.
Yes, I'm showing that also. So now under computer, we have two options. So I have selected, by default, I have selected provisioned. So in this provision, all the resources are pre-allocated and the billing will be done according to our basis. All the resources are allocated. No, that is why even if you use, if you don't use, the billing will be done. Allocated. So that is the reason why it is showing 29,000 plus. Okay, now I don't want to go for this. I'm going for serverless. See here, automatically when I'm selecting serverless, I'm requesting all the faculty members, you please select serverless only. Okay, serverless. So see here, the billing is almost 30,000 reduced to 375 rupees per month. So that is how you need to configure your database. Is it okay? This is very, very important step. So after serverless, so go for the hardware, compute hardware. So I'm going for under serverless, I'm going for maximum of 80 cores. See here, how many V cores are there allocated to MySQL database? So maximum of 80 cores. So I can increase. By default, it is in 2 cores. So if I want to increase, here I'm increasing this cores. See here, observe this. I'm up to 6 cores now, and billing will be same. Billing will be same. So that is depends on our requirement. That depends on our requirements. See here, 20 cores are selected and the billing is same. So that our depends on our requirement, the data size. So I'm going for only 2 basic. So I don't want to change anything. Here in this window, I just want to change only these 2, service tier and the compute tier. So on the compute tier, I'm going for serverless. Only these 2 changes I want to do. And I'm going down. So just to go and review what is there. So don't change anything. Just go down and then you can select apply. You can hit apply. Okay, so I hit apply and now I came back to the last page, SQL database page. So I configured database, done. See here, 2 cores are there, 32 GB storage is there, zone redundancy are not selected because unnecessarily the cost involvement will be there. Okay, so after computer storage step.
Yes, Narendra, sorry.
Yes.
So please, those who have created, and you need to send a screenshot of the costing in the chat box. Please share the screenshot of costing in the chat box. Let us know whether you are able to configure the costing price.
So this is a very important step. So till this point
it
in
should
time,
not
so
be
do you have
like
any
22,000 or something like that. Oh yes, good sir. Zamir sir, good. Mansur sir,
so
good.
any doubt from any faculty? So till this point in time? No. Okay. So now for backup and storage redundancy, I don't want to go for backup and I don't want to create one more new SQL database. So that is the reason why I'm selecting locally redundant. If within my region only, I am good. I don't want to go for zone redundancy, geo redundancy. So I'm selecting locally redundant. That's it. So now I'm going for networking. So networking, I'm not doing anything. So you can write somewhere like I'm not doing anything. So here, see, networking means then networking connectivity. So here we have 3 methods to get connected to your SQL server. So one is no access. That means yourself is also not having any access. Other users also not having any access. Obviously, I don't need this. Public endpoint and private endpoint. So I want to give access to all the public. And if I want to give only my own connection should be there private. So I'm just want to go for public endpoint. Please select public endpoint. Don't select no access. If you are selecting no access means even yourself also not going to be connected. Okay, I'm selecting a public endpoint and after that I need to give some firewalls. So in this firewalls, just you select allow Azure services and resources to access the server. Yes, all services need to be integrated. Say yes, and for add current client IP address. So if I want to get connected from my Azure based SQL database from my local system, yes, I want to connect. So I need one IP address through which I am getting connected to Azure based SQL database. So say yes for both the options. And then go down. I'm not doing anything here. I'm going for security. The next tab is security. I don't change anything here. Security, okay, good. And then additional settings. So this under this additional settings, I want to go for the data source. So already we know that some data should be there. So it is taking to create our own data. So that is the reason why I'm going for sample database. Here, when I'm clicking the sample, it is by default, it is asking. So Adventure Works LT. So this database, they will import into your SQL database. If you keep none, no database will be created. So you need to create your own database. Maybe it is taking some time. That is the reason why I have selected sample database in my SQL server. Okay. After selecting, so till this point in time, any doubts?
Sir, what are the settings in networking?
Networking, go for access. Under networking, go for the access method. Public endpoint. Select public endpoint, and then you select these two firewall rules. Firewall rules is say yes. By default, it will be no. Please select yes and
okay. Thank you.
So the firewall rules is being set to access our database. Like the authentication is also there, and one security with firewall also is there. So there are two securities are there, one with firewall and one with authentication type for our for any type of database.
after selecting these two firewall rules as yes. So then I'm going for, already I have shown security. I'm not changing anything under security. Under additional settings tab, I'm just selecting sample database. So please select sample database, and see if you're selecting sample database, this will come. Adventure Works LT will come. Say okay here. That is the only thing I'm doing here. I'm not doing anything. So I'm going for the next tab. Tags, I'm not giving any information in the tag, and then review and create. Finally, I'm clicking on review and create. So when I'm clicking on review and create, okay, so now you can check all the details. So these are my details which I have selected under each tab. Once you are satisfied with this, then I can create the database. Already server is configured, which is created already. Now I'm creating the database under this server.
Yes, Ashish sir, you want to say something?
Yes, sir. Sir, I was going with step by step, but it's at the step of review and create, it shows me the estimated cost of 428 per month.
428. That is okay, sir.
That is okay, sir.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
If it is in 1,000 rupees, more than 1,000 rupees only, you please tell us. Within 1,000 rupees, there is no issue.
Okay, sir.
Yes, this server, okay, this service is taking a little bit time to get deployed. So meanwhile, if you have any doubt till this point in time, please express your doubt. So what we have done till now is I have created a server. So what we have done is I have created a server. This server I have created one database. There's database number 1. So suppose if you want to create, create another database, second database. If you want to create second database, then I'll show you the same mechanism. So same mechanism for the second time. Once the deployment happens, I'll show you how to create the second database also.
So it gets deployed. Meanwhile, you can send your screenshot for deployment process. The same screenshot should be shown.
So you can send, yeah, you can send your screenshots, and if you have any doubts, so please.
Narendra sir, we can take a break after this, the overview part and
Okay.
later description. Now we will do in 10
Okay.
minutes.
Okay. Once the
15 minutes
deployment is over, once the deployment is over, I'll show overview. I'll show overview. If the faculty is interested, then they can see in the break time, they will see what is there in the overview window. That's it. Oh, is it okay, Mahesh?
Yes.
I'm quite curious to see what is there in the database.
Yes, sir. I'll show you, sir. Yeah. We are 5 minutes away, sir. So we are reaching. So it is going to create, see, all the services, sub-services are also going to create on the subscription.
Yes, you need to select sample database. That means Microsoft Azure deploys sample database in your SQL database. When you enable that sample thing, automatically one database is being deployed to your SQL database. And the same you can see in your database. And when you connect to your local machine, the same database is also visible to your local machine.
So when a deployment process is going on, or when deletion process is going on, please don't disturb this. So this should be continuous process. Yes, deployment is success. And now here I can go and see my resource. Okay, but I don't want to go for this fashion. This is a ready-made fashion. I don't want to go for this. So instead, I am going for the home tab. This is my home tab. And then I have selected my resource group is FDP1. In this FDP1, I want to see whether my database is created or not. The message is showing created, but I want to check. Yeah, so many servers are there. Yes. Okay. So these are the different servers. Okay. So see my server EN server 1. Okay. And faculty have created so many servers. Good. Okay. So these are the SQL databases they have created. Good. Lot servers are there. Yes. Now I am getting connected to my server. See here, sir. I am getting my server name is EN server 1. A B C D E. Okay. So now this is my server. I'm just clicking this server. EN server 1. You please click on. Then your server page will be opened. So EN server 1 is my SQL server name, and this is my window, my server window. Okay. So under this server, I'm having only single database. Okay, single database. The name is ENDB1. Okay, that is ENDB1. So now this is overview. So just you click on overview, and this you can see. So the resource group selected is FDP1. Okay, all these networking. Okay, subscriptions. Okay, and the server name, the databases under each server. Okay, all these things you can see. So shall we take a break, sir? So it is getting 11:40, and shall we take 10 or 15 minutes break and come back?
Yes, sure. So
So
right now
meanwhile,
it's
I'll
11:40. We will be taking 15 minutes break. So meanwhile, attendance link, sir, you can
yes,
share with.
I'll provide the attendance link. Yes, sir.
Yes.
I'll keep the attendance link in chat. Okay, you please connect to that and give the details. So welcome back, all faculty members. Can we start again? I have provided the attendance link in the chat box, and please select and mark the attendance for today's session. Any, I can see so many servers are created under FDP1.
Sir, once again, sir, that LMS module.
LMS, sir, after this service over, Mahesh will discuss, sir, LMS.
Okay, okay, no problem.
So let me share the screen now. So can you all able to see the screen now? Please confirm me.
Yes, sir, we can see.
Yeah. So, sir, shall we start, sir? No? So we are in server page. So this is the server page. My server name is EN server 1. And then this, we have so many properties here. You can able to see all the properties by scrolling down, scrolling up. Okay. So that is, it will take some time, and you can go and define roles and responsibilities for your users. Like they want to see only the data, they don't want to update the data. So all these things you can give under access control. So you can configure all the roles and assignments for each and every user. So that you can do. And here my interest is, I'm going to overview. So this is my overview. So this is my server name. Under this server, can I start, sir? No. Anyone to join? Okay, okay then. So Mahesh, I'm starting for this database also. So we are in server page. Now what I'm doing is under overview page I'm having. So under overview page, this is the information. You can scroll up or scroll down, we can see. So this is the single database I'm having under this server. I want to connect to database. So one faculty member asked me, where is the data? I want to see the data. So the data will be always present in the database. I also want to see the data. So now what I'm doing is I'm scrolling down and under settings tab. So there is an option like SQL databases. And the settings tab, SQL databases is there. Just click on SQL database. SQL database. So now it is only one database is available. Okay, now we are having only one database. So please select, you please click on this database name. Now we are connecting to the database page.
Sir, sorry to interrupt, but in my
Sorry.
settings, I cannot find SQL database.
So we might have not created. I think server is only created. So first, let me complete, sir. We are going to be completed, and I will come to you, sir. I'll complete, sir. You can share the screen, and we'll clarify your doubt.
Sure, sorry.
Yeah. So, sir, after clicking on database, so I am connected to my database page. This is my database page. So you can clearly see this is my server name and this is my database name. In this, I am in database page. So what you do is just you scroll down and see what is there in this. Okay. Okay. So now what I'm doing is please copy. Okay. So now I am going to see all the properties. Okay. Is it clear? Can I show one more time again from database? So now I am not in the server page. I am in database page. Okay. Suppose if you are having the question like how to go back to server. Yes. Here you just click on this link. Okay, server name. So automatically you are going back to server. So under this server, you can go for the overview and you can go for the overview. In this overview, one thing I need to see. Okay. Now I'm going for database. Is it okay, sir? Everybody are clear with this server page and database page?
Okay.
Okay. So now I'm clicking on the database page. So I'm getting connected to database. Okay. So in my FDP one folder, like resource group one MASM 123 is created. Like one more database is created. This is the second database. So they have used this server name, EN server name, already existing one. This is how you can create the new database. So I'll show you manually also. So I'm clicking on my database. This is my database. I'm clicking. Okay. So now I'm in database page. In this database, I can see the overview. So let this window pop up. Yes. So the first important thing is after getting connected to the database page, go to the overview, and then there will be a name like server name. Server name is there, subscription ID, everything is there. Na? Just you copy server name. So just you copy the server name. This is the first very important step.
Narendra,
Yes.
first tell them like the query editor. We can also edit from.
Okay. Yes, I'll show the two methods. This. Okay. So now under overview, there is a option like query editor. So just click on this query editor. When you click on this query editor, it is asking some user ID and password. So the user ID is nothing but your admin account. While you are creating the server, you might have given admin name. So that admin name you need to give, and then the corresponding password. Okay, the corresponding password. So I'm giving my password. So this is my password. After giving admin name and password, you click on OK. So now it is getting connected to my database. So this is the database. ENDB1 is there.
There is an error, sir.
What is that error, sir?
It is showing cannot open server requested by login client with IP address. Some IP address is given.
So might be in the access connectivity, you might have faced some problem. So you need to select public ND. We'll come to, sir. You will come to that point. I'll complete within 2 minutes. I'll complete, sir. Okay. And after that, I'll come to you, sir. So this is the database page. So I have connected to my database. I have logged into my database. So these are the three things I need to see. So the tables are, these are the three objects which are there in any database. So tables are one object, views are there, stored procedures are there. So under my tables, this tables is the name of the database. Tables is name of the database. Under this, we are having so many tables. So many tables are there. You might have a doubt like we haven't created these many tables, but we have selected sample database. Na? We have selected sample database. So that is the reason why it is imported. All the tables under this selected database is imported. Okay. So see here, I want to run some query. So I'm just running one or two queries here through SQL language. Here I want to see this table. Okay, what are the contents are there in this table? Okay, sales LT dot customer. I'm writing here. So select star from table name. What is the table name here? Sales. This is the table name. Sales LT dot customer. Okay, I'm selecting this semicolon. So from this table, I am selecting all the records. Okay, now click on run. Okay, click on run. So this is the content. See, it is there now. It is generating all the records. So these are the records. So you might have seen the records here, right? Suppose you are having like doubt like how many rows are there. So you can give the command like star in the count option. So select count of star from the table. This is the table name, and just hit run. And here it is showing what? 847. Can you able to see this 847? This is the 847 rows are there. That many rows are there. So if you want to see that many rows, just remove this count of star. So you just place star. Select the star from this table name and then run. So then you are going to see all the columns and the data. So, okay, see here, this is the data. This is the data I'm having. Is it clear, sir? All of you? Now I am querying the tables now. So this is SQL. I am querying the existing
I think
tables.
Shweta ma'am is having some query.
Yes, Shweta ma'am. Hello. Shweta ma'am.
Okay. I think they have posted no message. Okay. Move further, Narendra.
Okay. So let me go back to my resolution 100%. Okay, then. So now this is one way. Now suppose say I want to see, sir, I want to see the database name. Okay, now how can I see the database name? So now to see the database name in which I am working, so select underscore name. So this is the query I need to give. So when I'm running this query, see here, when I'm running this query, I'm having this output as under results tab, I'm having output like ENDB1. So this is my database name. So that is what it is showing here. So this is what I am showing. So it is working like this. So please work on this. Here using this query window, you can create your own table also. That is also okay. Okay. So now this is the SQL database I have created in the Azure cloud. And after creation, I can query the tables also. This is how we can do the analysis. So now I'll go for the second way to get connected to this particular database. Okay. So the second step is I'm just opening the existing Microsoft SQL Server. So can I go for the second method?
Yes,
Hello?
sir.
Yeah. So just open this software which is already installed, Microsoft SQL Server. Open this and just right click on the server name. Right click on the server name, just select connect. Okay, just select connect. Okay, now this will come. So this is the connection window to the server. So here what you do is, yes, sir.
So when we click on, it is just left hand side, nothing it is showing. Like you have server name and all, no, it is not showing.
Sir, this
So,
is
sir,
actually,
you need to click, go to this view tab. Now, view tab, you will be searching for Object Explorer.
this is the U tab, and then F8.
Narendra sir,
Object
show to them like where
yes,
this
I'm showing that.
box you will
Yes.
be.
Otherwise, after opening this, press F8, sir. So can you able to see, sir, now?
Yes, sir, doing that.
Yeah, this is the Object Explorer. So you can go to View, and then you can select the Object Explorer from View tab. Or else directly you can press F8.
No, sir, it's not coming.
Okay, I'll connect to this, sir. Let me complete this. Freshly we'll connect together. So now those who are having this server name, just right click on that and select connect. So this will come. this window is the intermediate window to connect to my server. So here server name is there.
Yes.
Na? This is my default server name. This is my default server name. So instead of this default server name, I want to connect to Azure based server name. Okay, Azure based. So now where is my server Azure? So go to EN server. Go to EN server. So this is my server page. So we can see, and already I copied. So I'll show you the way how to go and select this EN server. So in the EN server name, we have the SQL database. Just click on the SQL server database. So this is the database. In this page, if you observe, there will be a server name. Click on the database page, database name. If you are clicking on the database name, so this window will open. This is the database name page. So here server name is there na. So this is the server name. Just you copy the server name. Okay, just copy the server name and come to the local SQL server. So now the existing server name is there na. Now just remove this and paste the new server name. This is the server name of the SQL server which is there on the cloud. Okay, now for the authentication. So already we have given the authentication like SQL authentication. While we are creating a server, we know that we have given SQL authentication. So I need to give user ID and password. It is a default. It is taking my username. So this is my username. Already I copied here somewhere. So this is my username. So already it is selected by default, and I need to give the password. This is the password. After giving, so I need to select here. The one step is I need to select the authentication as SQL Server authentication. After that, I need to give the user ID, and after that, I need to give the server name. After that server name, I can hit connect. So now I'm connecting this. So now I'm getting connected to this Azure based SQL Server. See here, automatically the Object Explorer is changing. So it is changing to the new server. See here. Okay. So this is my server. Okay, this is my server. Under this server, I want to see the databases. So I'm having only one database. ENDB1 is the database name. Under this ENDB1 database, we are having so many tables and views. So just extract the tables. So these are the tables under this ENDB1. These are the tables which we have seen in the Azure cloud also. So in the Azure cloud also we have seen, in this page also we have seen earlier. So now I want to do the same operation here. So for that, I'm just clicking new query, an empty window here. I want to do the same operation, the same commands. I'm not changing anything here. So the same command is, first I want to go for see the records in one table. So select star from. Okay. So by default, in which database it is having, my SQL Server is there in the master database. Now I want to get connected to my database. My database is ENDB1. So this is my database name. So when I'm running this, so see here, the master will be changes to, so I need to connect to this. Okay. So we can select ENDB1. So this is my database name, ENDB1. Now I want to write the same commands. Already Mahesh sir kept in chat box. You can copy and paste it also. So select the star from sales table. So the same thing. So sales LT dot customer. So here you can see the data which is already there in the database, or else if you want to create your own table and if you want to insert some data, that also you can do. That also I will show you. So this is the data available in the sales LT.customer table. Okay, this is what I have shown you in the Azure portal. Okay, now I want to see how many rows are there in this. The same operations. Select count star. Okay, from the same table, sales LT.customer. So just select this statement and run. So 847. So the same number of rows are available Azure cloud also. So even when we are operating from the local terminal, we are operating on the Azure cloud based server. So we are getting connected to that. Now after knowing these two commands, now I want to create a new table. So here this is the important step. So till now we have worked with the existing data. Now I want to create a new table and I want to insert one single row and I want to see whether this updation is reflected on the cloud or not. I want to see that. Okay, now I want to create a new table. The command is create table, table name. Okay, I'm keeping the table as worker. The table name is worker, and here this is the syntax. So I'm giving the first column name in this table. First column name is ID, which is of integer type. I'm giving some primary key on that. Okay, otherwise don't go for this primary keys and all. ID is of integer type, and I want to define the worker name, which is of varchar of 20. Suppose say varchar 20 and the department of varchar. Okay, I'm having only 3 columns in the worker table. Just you select this statement and run this. Okay, now all the things are executed and one table is created. Now I want to see the table. So the thing is select star from table name. So the table name is worker. So just run this. So it is having only a column titles. There is no data. Okay, that is enough. If you want to insert, go and insert. That is okay. So I have done one action. That is one new table I have created. Okay. Do you want me to create one row also? Please respond. Okay, I'll create the one row also. So for creation of the row, the command is insert into the table name values, and now I am inserting the value. The ID number is 1 and the name is Narendra, and the department is suppose say EduNet, suppose say EY. My department is EY. Okay, now this is the only record I am submitting. So run this. Okay, one row is affected. Now I am running the select statement. See here, one row only created. One row is created. Now I want to see whether the cloud SQL based server is affected by this action or not. Is it okay, sir? Anybody please respond. Till now, is this okay? Is this okay, sir?
Sir, could you please repeat how the server and the database were pulled into?
Like I'm connecting to this one, sir. So on the you just open your Microsoft SQL Server from your local laptop, and then
Narendra sir, can you just do one thing? Just open Management Studio freshly and show them like how you have connected to your server. So they will get an idea, because many of faculty members are stuck in that only.
Okay, so see here, my local server is completely closed. There is no SQL server now. Okay, there is no SQL server. Now I'm opening the SQL server. So here I'm just clicking the SQL server.
And those faculty who are getting IP error now, I will be describing you how to set your IP, because you have not set the firewall rule at the time of creation. So later on, you can also set this firewall rule, and you need to set that firewall rule to your server.
So just I'm clicking on the Microsoft SQL Server. This is from my local laptop. So I'm now opening this Microsoft SQL Server application. So this is the basic window. So now see, yes, sir, you asked the doubt, right? So now I want to get connected to the server. Okay, within the server, database is also available. So now what server I need to connect? I need to connect to the server which is there on the cloud. So go to the cloud, and here under a database page, we are having server name. So just you server name and come back to SQL Server, and here you paste the server name. This is the first, copy and paste the server name. So after that, go and select the authentication as SQL authentication. This is what we have instructed while we are creating the server. So go and select Microsoft SQL for authentication, and then you can give your login name. So my login name is en admin1, and the password I'm giving. And then you can hit connect. Now I am going to connect to the particular server which is there on the cloud. Yes, this is the server. Okay, this is the server. En server 1.database.windows.net. So this is the server name. Under this server name, we are having databases. This is my database. I have created one database, endb1. So this is the database. In this database, I had already loaded that database with a sample. Okay, sample data. So the sample data will be under tables. So these are the tables. These are the different tables I had preloaded. At the time of creation itself, I had loaded. Under settings tab, so I selected sample database. So that sample database data will be comes under my database. See.
So okay, now you can see the same, like we have created one table in this database, right?
No, I didn't actually save that. You showed me right from scratch, na? So now fastly I'll create the table also.
The database.
Sir,
Yes.
This is the existing table. Yes, fastly I'm creating. So we are also running out of time. So now I want to create a new table. So those who are from computer science background, so you can easily create a table. So the syntax is create table, table name, worker, and here. So I'm going for 3 columns: ID column, which is of integer type, name column, which is of varchar of 20, and department varchar of 20. Okay. So now the same command I'm running here. So now one new table is created. So just quickly, I want to insert one row. So insert into table name worker some values, and here the first record is my ID number is Narendra. My name is Narendra, and I am in the department of EY. Suppose this is the record. So I'm just selecting this and running this. So one insert into worker. Okay, let us first go and select whether schema is created now. Select the star from worker. Okay, I'm in master. Okay, so I want to change this here to DB1. So it is taking 1 second. Okay, so now I have changed it to EMDB1. Just I'll go for yes, created. Okay, and this is my schema. This is my schema. ID name and department is my schema, and the data is 1 Narendra and EY. This is the data. This is the updation I had done in this. Okay, so let us go and see it is reflected in the cloud or not. So I'm just connecting to this EMDB1 and go to query editor. As similar to last step, I'm going to the query editor, and now I'm connecting to the database through my user ID and password. So click OK. So now it is showing this. So now we have so many tables in the database already we have seen. So now I want to see whether this data is created or not. So I'm running the select statement, select star from worker. Okay, now run this. See here, the table is created. So the ID is 1, name is Narendra, and the department is EY. So that means whatever I had done in my local server, so that is getting reflected on the cloud server. So that is how these two are integrated. I can keep the cloud server itself, and I can monitor the cloud server action from my local server. So we have two options. So you can monitor your database action from your local server, or you can directly connect to the cloud server. You can monitor your data. So this is all about the SQL Server.
Okay, now delete the resources also. Tell them to delete, how to delete.
Yeah.
SQL Server.
Yes, sir. Please, after creation of this particular database and after thorough verification of this local server integration with the cloud server, please delete all the resources. Please delete all the resources. So how to delete? Again, hit this Microsoft Azure name. Okay. Go to the home page. Okay, now I am in FDP1. Okay, my resource group is FDP1. Go to FDP1. Let me check how many servers are created here. Yeah. So here, these many servers are created. I'm just deleting all the servers here, all the servers. Okay. So 55 records are there. In this 55 records are there. Yes.
Yeah, actually, that firewall settings, I need to describe them.
Okay. After that, I'll
After that, you can delete it.
Yes.
So you can share your screen only. Let me open your server only. I will be telling them where they will be finding.
Oh. So my server is EN server 1. So this is my server. I'm just connecting to this. Yes, this is my server. Yes. Those who are having like connection problem to the server, just open your server page, and Mahesh will guide you to how to set and
So
firewall.
see, like when you do these things, like while configuring, most of the time happens like the firewall rules are not being set. So at this point, you can also change the firewall rules. You can also embed them. Either you can reconfigure them. So for that, you need to go to your database first. Click
So
on
this is my
database.
database. See, this is my database, and I'm clicking on this. So this is my database. I'm selecting it here, ENDB1. So now I'm getting connected to database. So this is the
Database,
database.
yes.
Here, one option is there, set server firewall.
Set server firewall. You need to click on that.
So I'm just clicking on this set server firewall. From here, you can change your firewall settings. So I have given
Here,
public access.
yes,
Yes.
here the narrator sir has given public access, so it is selected networks it is showing. But at your point, you need to, your point, it would be disable network. So the public access, you need to select networks and just scroll up, sir.
This is the last one.
And you need to add a client IP address.
So
Where you will
here.
be getting the last one, firewall rules. You need to add client IP address.
Under firewall rules, just you click on this. So
Add
your
client
address. Yes. So if you are
and you
clicking
need
on
to
this, yeah.
save
So already that,
save that.
yeah.
Already in Narendra
Already
sir's
it is added.
scenario
So
is added. But in
otherwise,
your
if I want to delete,
scenario,
so those who initially selected no access, then you are having only one row. Since I have selected public access already, so this is the second instance I'm creating. Just I'm deleting this. So now it is having only one client IP address. So I can say save. I can say save.
so the purpose of having this firewall setting is like the SQL database can be for security purpose only, but it can be accessed through one IP address or selected IP address. You can configure that thing also in here. Like privately you want to access, publicly you want to access, or hybridly you want to access. So those concepts you can set at this point, like how your SQL database access should be. Okay, so now we will move to deleting our resources like which we have created. So any doubt, if any faculty is having, please you can write your doubts in chat box, or you can just unmute yourself and you can tell your doubts to us. Yes, Swati ma'am, the attendance form is shared already. In the break only, we have shared it. You can check in chat box also. You will be getting the attendance form.
Sirs, thank you so much for teaching new things every day. So
Yes.
I have got some data in CSV format. So I will upload it to my Microsoft SQL that I have software in management software, which is there in the computer, local computer,
Okay.
and then I can connect it to the SQL server, right?
Yes. So two-way you can do it, sir. Like vice versa also you can do it. You can upload the same file in blob storage, and from blob storage you will redirect it into the SQL server. And the standard way of doing such kind of work is the same. They take data into a storage account, and then they transform that data, and they after getting transformed, they just load that data into an SQL database. And from SQL database, the teams like developer, teams like analytics person, and teams like users are accessing that database. That is what the ETL process, which we will be going to learn furtherly. Right now, I think it's 12:34. Like we will be going theory part of ETL only, and by tomorrow we will be switching to our practical part of ETL. because at one we need to complete it. So
Yeah, Ashish sir, I'll share the attendance from the last. So,
yes, yes, sir.
Sir, for me, chat is not accessible. I don't know what is the issue. Can you put it on WhatsApp group also?
Mahesh.
Okay, yes, yes. Narendra sir, can you just have the link, same attendance link in WhatsApp group also?
Okay, okay, then done. So at the last, like at one, I'll place the link now, both in chat and WhatsApp group. So those who already marked, no need to mark the attendance again. So those who not yet marked, then you can mark the attendance.
Okay. So Narendra sir, can you just unshare your screen so I can share it?
Yes, yes. So meanwhile, I'm deleting all the resources. Is it okay, Mahesh?
Yes, 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 please
Okay.
delete all the
Okay.
resources.
Okay, then. Okay.
Please confirm me whether my screen is visible or not.
Mahesh, not yet. Yes, yes, no, it is visible.
So in module 3 now we will be learning ADF. So what is Azure Data Factory? And we will be going in more detail with this concept like how to create Azure Data Factory. Then in Azure Data Factory, what are the concepts we need to learn it? And the top level concepts to learn in Azure Data Factory are like we need to learn pipelines. We will be learning activities, we will be learning link services, we will be learning integration link services, we will be learning data flows, we will be learning triggers and all those concepts related with this Azure Data Factory, which is in short, it is called as ADF. Okay. So what is Azure Data Factory? So in Azure Data Factory, the main process is done, which is called as ETL. So ETL stands for extract, transform, and load. Okay. So in figure, you can see like from different data source, this data is been coming and it is stored it has been transformed in some manner. So logical operations are performed in transform and then it is being stored into a load database. Okay, so this is the SQL database what we have performed the practical now. Okay, so same way all those resources are coming, getting transformed and getting loaded into the database. Okay, so E for stands for extract and T stands for transform and L stands for load. So in this transform, what the process are going with the data, like the data is being cleans, the data get into one format and it is being stored into the SQL database. So the tools like ETL tools are, you can see with AWS, it is AWS Glue. With Microsoft Azure, you can have the tool with the name Azure Data Factory. With Google Cloud, you can have this tool with Google Cloud Data Flow. With IBM also, you can have this data factory with the name IBM InfoSphere Data Stage. And with Oracle also, it is Oracle Data Integrator. So those are the tools which is being used for ETL process. So this is the practical model where we will be creating data factory on our Microsoft Azure portal. But before moving to this session, let me clear the concept of ADF first. Okay, so the top concepts which we need to understand under ADF is pipeline, then activity, then data set, then link service, and integration link service, and triggers. So those are the important top level concepts which we need to know to perform any operation on ADF. Okay, so Azure Data Factory. So what are the pipelines? The pipelines are nothing but it is a logical grouping of activities. It is a logical grouping of activities. Okay. So the pipeline is a logical grouping of activities, and then what is the activity exactly? So the activities can call activities like it can be represent a process. Okay, so the activity you can just imagine like some process we can call some activity, and this group of process we kept into a pipeline. Okay, so the group of the logical grouping of activity is what pipeline is, and activity it can be represented as a process. Okay, so what is a data structure now? Can anyone tell me what is data structure? Data set? Yes. Anyone would like to tell about the data set?
Collection of data. Collection of data is data set.
Collection of data. Okay, collection of data is data set. Okay, so you can call it in that manner also, or you can call it in data structure. Okay, data structure within database. Okay, so data set is nothing but it is a kind of data structure within your database. Okay, so the sir told the answer, it was also right, but it is a collection of data into a database. Okay, now let us move to our second concept. Fourth concept, which is link service. So as we know, like what is link service? The link service is the connection for your resource. Okay, it is a connection for your resources where you create a role, like you create one connection to your services. Either instead of having this resource, we can call it as services. Okay, so link service is nothing but whatever services we will be creating, we will be providing a link to it. Okay, so how we can connect to that service or how we can connect to that resource. Okay, and integration link services is nothing but it is a computing to link service. Is the computing to link service. Okay, so what is the meaning of computing to link services? Like let me explain you in this manner. Like let us have a data source. Okay, so I have one resource with the name storage account. Okay, I have one storage account with me. Okay, and this storage account is having link. Okay, it is having link. So right now I need to perform ETL process. Okay, ETL process I need to perform it, and I want to for performing this ETL process, my data is stored in this storage account. Okay, and in data factory what I am doing, I'm creating a pipeline, okay. Under this pipeline what I am doing, in this pipeline I'm creating activities. Okay, different type of activity or some process I need to perform on data. Okay, So the process on my data, that what it means exactly. So it can be copying data from one table to another table. It can be joining two tables with each other. It can be like cleaning the data, removing all the null values from it, from that data set. It can be anything. So for doing those operations, for creating pipeline and processing data, okay, I need a link service. Okay, so this is what the link service for getting data from source. Now let us have this, let us call this storage account as source. Okay, so this is my source from where I'm getting this data, and I have just connected to my data factory by using this link service. Okay, and after doing this process, what I'm doing, I am just creating one more link service, okay, and I am importing, I'm loading that data into a database, okay. So that database can be again storage account, or it can be SQL database, okay. And to do those operations, so suppose I need to do those operations like the operation like cleaning, then operation like joins. Okay, so such kind of, there are a lot of operations are there. For doing those operations, I need this integration link services, which what it does the competing, it is used as competing to my link service. Okay, link services. So for doing those operations, there should be some competing thing. Okay, the way we are doing operations on our computer, the same way we for that we need a processor, right? So same computing device will be needed to do the operations on this data itself. So this transformation operation, whatever it will be done, it will be using link services. Again, there are a lot of types of link services are there. So let us move to this our Microsoft Azure portal, and where I can show you the link services, all those concepts which we have used or we have discussed right now. Okay, okay, Narendra sir, have you deleted the resources?
Yes, yes, I have deleted.
Okay, fine. Okay, and one more thing, like it's meant to discuss, what are the triggers? Anyone knows the use of triggers? Yes, CSE staff, have you? Can you tell me where you have used this triggers?
Hello.
Hello.
Am I
So you are
audible?
not. Nishi sir,
Yes,
you are
yes,
not.
yes.
Now you are audible, sir.
Triggers are something like which we usually use to fire for which automatically upgrade all the data by itself in the
Yes, sir.
database.
Yes, sir. So trigger just work like an we can call a gun trigger only. Like when to fire your bullet, that you need to decide at that time. Okay. So suppose, let me explain you in this manner. Suppose one function we need to implement. Okay. So generally the function is used when function is implemented when it is being called. Okay. So when to call that function, for that purpose, we are using this trigger function. Suppose I need, I'm doing this ETL process with my data factory, and daily some data is coming to me, and daily I need to perform the cleaning operation, and daily I need to perform the load operation. Okay, so what I will be doing, I will be creating one trigger, I will be performing one function for cleaning purpose, and I will be performing trigger, I will be creating one trigger with certain time limit, like on this time only this cleaning process will be occurring. Okay, so this is the way of using trigger in this ADF live. So we can set timing for publishing our pipeline. Okay, so this is how all the ADF concepts you need to understand. So I have explained in a very short manner, like it is very vast thing to explain also, like it can take a month also to explain in more detail, but I have created like very shortly, I have explained you all the things. Whether anyone having doubts related with those concepts, what any pipeline trigger activities, if understood, you just have a thumbs up reaction for me. Thank you, Soham sir. What about others?
Overall understood, but there are lots of things which are still, like.
Yes, and that will be clear in practical session actually. So just remember, like what is pipeline, what are the activities, what are the data flow, what is the use of activities, and how we can perform. So for doing this data factory ADF practical, you need to search this data factory. You need to create one data factory in Microsoft Azure. Okay. For creating data factory, you just need to type data factory, and here you will be finding this. Under the services, you will be finding the first option, which is being provided by Microsoft Azure. So you need to click on here, and the page will be getting open, like you need to create a data factory. Okay, so now I can see there are no data factories has been created in this Azure portal. Now what we will be going to do, we will be creating one data factory. Okay, then we will choose the resource group. Narendra sir, you have deleted the resource group or what?
Sir, yes, sir.
Okay, let me take this FDP one as a...
Don't select the FDP one. It is in deletion process.
Okay, fine then. Okay, I will create a new resource group.
Yes.
With my name only. Okay, so this is my new resource group which I have created, and under this resource group I am creating resource which is data factory for performing ETL process. Okay, so for this data factory I will give the name show23. Okay, and under okay, name is already taken. Let me change the name. Okay, so under where I need to deploy on which server, so let us choose this ESTUS only, and this is the version. Okay, so this is the version are nothing but it is a version of your data factory, like what version data factory you want to be have on this Microsoft Azure. But I like our subscription is having only V2. There are a lot of versions are there like V3, V4 also. So let us click on review and create. So before clicking on to this review and create, before clicking on this create button, I want to explain you all these steps. Okay. So have you heard about CI and CD pipelines? Continuous integration and continuous deployments. Under DevOps it is there. Have you heard about this word, DevOps?
DevOps I heard, but CI
Yes, sir.
no.
So let me understand what this DevOps is about. So under this DevOps also the same ETL and the same procedure is also happening, like CI and CD procedure is happening, where continuous integration, CI means continuous integration and CD means continuous deployment. It comes under SDCL, like which is also called as software development lifecycle. So mostly what is happening, like when you create or when you develop any kind of software, at that time, what is happening, like at the time of development, you are dividing that work into a small part of sprints, okay? And you are converting into small types of work, and you will be updating that work to your developer, and that developer is doing that work on either GitHub, either Azure directory, okay? And there is continuous integration and continuous deployment processes going on. So the immediately clients get interacted with your development from first phase itself, okay? Like we all know, either we heard about waterfall model, right? So this takes to this SDL cycle, SDLC cycle. So instead of going there, I will just elaborate, like the continuous integration means you are integrating something continuously into your application, like the way we are getting updates on our Android phone. Okay, so in between a 1 month or 15 days, we are always getting the updates from Android. So this is what called as continuous integration and deployment, also continuous deployment. Okay, so they are making some updates and they are just implementing on that deployment, and they are deploying that thing, and again they are taking feedbacks from the customer. Again they are making continuous integration, and again they are deploying that one, and again they are doing this thing again and again. So it runs into a cycle, and which is called as DevOps. Okay, so there is test fields are also there nowadays. The testers are moving to this DevOps only. So DevOps is somewhat we can do under this DevOps. This is one procedure which I am explaining you. So this is the version we have created, and we will be creating. So here you can see the Git integration. Okay, in basic, I have written this thing, and in Git integration, you can configure the GitHub. Okay, if you are having Azure DevOps, you can configure that thing also. If you are having GitHub, you can configure the GitHub repository also. So this is the kind of repository where you are doing this CI and CD function. So this is how it is being done under this data factory operation. So for extracting data, you are performing these things, and after extracting, you are transforming and loading to your database. So this is how the application or data comes from your developer or any type of resources. Okay, so let it be configure later, like we will be configuring this Git later on. And what we will be doing, we will be creating, reviewing and creating. Already one networking also get created, and in this advanced version you will be finding the data encryption part. So let us create it first, and I can show you the pipelines and activity concepts in under this data factory. Let us create this data factory. So this is how you have created one data factory with the name Edunate, I think so. Yeah, with the name Edunate. Okay, so deployments get succeeded, and you need to go to the resource. So Edunate 123 data factory is being created, and those are essentials, and those are monitoring things which I can do from here. So I need to go to this Azure Data Factory Studio. Okay, so let us click on this Launch Studio now. So I will be redirected to my Azure Data Factory. So this is a process of doing ETL process. Okay, so getting data from different resources, and then we will be performing operations in the transform mode, and then we will be loading the data. So this will be the dashboard of my data factory, where I can ingest orchestrate, transform data, and configure SSIS. Okay, so this is the package already what I am having with my SQL database. So this is the other things. Don't worry about all those concepts. Let's move to this author part. Okay, where you will be finding all those things. So here you can see pipelines. So when you just scroll down this thing, the pipelines activity will be shown. So let us create one new pipeline. Okay, so when you create a new pipeline, automatically one pipeline gets created, and here you will be seeing those activities. Now what I have written, like, it is a group, it is a logical grouping of activity. Okay, so this pipeline is a logical grouping of activities. So here you can see move and transform. To move data from one place to other, there is one logical there is one process. To synapse, writing a notebook, right? You are writing some code in Python, you are writing some code in Spark, and you are doing some operations on data. So this has been used. Okay, then Azure Data Explorer. So this is the Explorer which is for used for Azure for exploring data. Then there are functions, like there are a lot of functions are there. Azure functions are there which we can perform on data. Batch services, Databricks. You might have heard about this concept where you can write your Databricks, you can write your codes, and you can write your Python code on for the operation on your data. Okay. Yes, okay, time is up. So this all concept we will be learning by tomorrow. So no worries. Okay, so just have a look. You can also create a data factory and you can just explore all these things.
Sir, already I shared the attendance link both in WhatsApp and Teams chat. So those faculty who not yet marked attendance, you please go and click, and those who already done, so don't go for that.
Okay. So yes, we will be stopping here at this point, and let's meet tomorrow at 9:15, and we will be starting with this ETL process. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you all.
Yeah. Shashwatan sir is there na photo? Shashwatan sir?
Shashwatan sir, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I am. But yeah, I think we can also take one group photo by tomorrow. I think since like some of the people have already left, it seems.
Okay.
But yeah. But yeah, thank you so much for all your active participation, and attendance. It is already mentioned. So please mention your attendance today, but don't do it for 2 times. Every day we have to do it, but today also you can do. If you're already done, then no problem. So thank you so much, and we can meet tomorrow by 9:15.
All the material will be placed in your LMS. So maybe in tomorrow, I think. Don't worry about the material. Material will be there on the LMS. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mahesh, shall we leave?
पैसे